鉄の玉が正義の証明貫けば英雄に近づいたその目を閉じて触れてみれば同じ形同じ体温の悪魔僕はダメってあいつはいいのそこに壁があっただけなのに生まれてしまった定め嘆くな僕らはみんな自由なんだから鳥のように羽があればどこへだって行けるけど帰る場所がなければきっとどこへも行けないただただ生きるのは嫌だ世界は残酷だそれでも君を愛すよ何を犠牲にしてもそれでも君を守るよ間違いだとしても疑ったりしない正しさとは自分のこと強く信じることだ鉄の雨が降り散る情景テレビの中映画に見えたんだ戦争なんて愚かな凶暴関係ない知らない国の話それならなんであいつに組んで黒い気持ち隠しきれないわけ説明だってできやしないんだ僕らはなんて矛盾ばっかなんだこの言葉も訳されれば本当の意味は伝わらない信じるのはその目を開いて触れた世界だけただただ生きるのは嫌だ世界は残酷だそれでも君を愛すよ何を犠牲にしてもそれでも君を守るよ選んだ人の影捨てたものの屍気づいたんだ自分の中育つのは悪魔の子正義の裏犠牲の中心には悪魔の子
Ooh, I got a little facial star right now. That's kind of disgusting. Hello, nerds. How are you guys doing? What's going on? I'm pretty far, so I can help you guide in a non-spoilery way. That's fantastic, because I literally have no idea where I'm going. Really need a haircut. Oh, it's so messy. You can see how messy it is. I need to trim. Bro, Mel, I finished part 3 the other day. So how do you like the main character now? A lot of people don't like the main character at first in part 3. Who's this handsome beast? That would be Sif, and I think Sif is handsome and very, very pretty. Very pretty doggo. Yeah, I didn't like him at the beginning, but he did grow on me like a lot, and I end up liking him a lot. I watch him. They debuff him, my boy. Hey, it happens. You what? My favorite soft noise is out of stock? Yeah, it's out of stock right now. Technically. Technically. I need to find a way to make it work. But just for the vibes, I have to go here, right? I have such a annoyingly complicated setup. It's a very complicated setup. But that's just how it is. But yeah, they debuffed him. I just need to set up everything properly. Still, I'm still trying to find files that I had on my old PC. Basically, I'm still missing files, like 15 files. I slept for like 11 hours last night. No cap. I thought it feels weird. I have no food at home. So near the end of the stream, I want to end before 5 p.m. my time, which is what? It's 1 right now. That's in 4 hours. 4 hours. Before my stream ends, I think I'm gonna order some food. Hopefully you recover them. Yee. I've been working on it. We have some I fixed the notifications. For like stream notifications. I mean, let me whip up the good old dashboard real quick. So I use OBS. Go to dashboard. The alerts. If I do this,
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
see that? Those work again. The text is not as scuffed as it was last time.
NANI?
Before the text looked really scuffed. No, it's not that scuffed. How do they all sound actually? Sound-wise, do they sound nice? Like if I do a host?
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin.
It's I tell you tales, we go out on a date.
I haven't seen your face, but I know it's you.
Sound-wise, they're Gucci, yeah? Thank you, Derek. Also, I was not expecting Josuke to be that kind of character guy. I was expecting him to be a full-on delinquent. No, he's basically a very edgy, good boy. Who doesn't understand, like... 42 months, Curse. Do you see that shit? That's a special number. That's a very special number. Thank you, Curse. How are you doing? But Josuke is the kind of character that's super edgy, super I don't know, he does some fucked up shit, even to his own mom. But like we know he loves his mom. For example. He's basically like a tsundere who beats people up. I don't know how else to word it. Like, I was like, I'm done for now. Well, there you go. Pog Hitchhikers. Yeah, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a goated movie and book. Went to bed at 8 p.m. yesterday. Long story. I ordered some McDonald's yesterday at around 10:30 p.m. As I randomly woke up and then decided to watch one of the darkest films of all time, Requiem for a Dream. In my slightly tired state, instead of ordering chips, I ordered a fruit bag. I honestly don't remember if I've ever watched Requiem for a Dream. I don't know. I've seen clips from it, but I don't know if I've actually ever watched it. Maybe we could do a movie night one day. We love dark movies, right? That'd be fantastic. But yeah, no, I went home yesterday. I was gonna try to do some Lost Ark dailies. And I don't even remember if I finished them. I got really tired, and I had to pass out. And I slept for 11 hours. How about Requiem for these nuts? Oh my god. How are you doing, second? Jesus. But yes, we will be playing Elden Ring today. I gotta order food before 5. I want to end at 5, like exactly at 5, so that I can call Sophia. My chapstick is scuffed. You know when your chapstick gets like stuck beneath it, and no matter how much you do this shit, it don't pop up. That's what my chapstick's doing right now. I need a new chapstick. I don't know how it got scuffed. It was working fine like 2 days ago. Have you seen the dev hour for Elden Ring? I have not. I don't need to shave. I got like the slight stash. It's 11 hours of sleeping. It's what it'll do to you. Sleep in, it just grows. Fuck. These hours, these nuts. Oh god. Devour these nuts. Devour. Oh god. On that note, I'm fucking launching Elden Ring. Fuck everyone. I'm sick of it. Beard Suga. Can you imagine me with a beard? I wonder what kind of beard would I have. Would it be one of these? Probably one of these. Honestly. Knowing my facial structure. The lighting is so intense. Oh, it's because I have my window open. I'm trying to take care of myself more. So I'm trying to have more light in my room. But when I stream, it's kind of a pain in the ass. So, hold up. BRB. I'll switch the game though. How's that? Is that better for lighting? Well, I'll get that vitamin D later. Vitamin D's nuts? Oh, God. No. No. Old memes. Old memes. They're coming back. Honestly, this song is kind of a bop. Like, makes me feel so fucking heroic for some reason. Like, I want to go out there and charge against an army full of, like, archers and shit. I would die. But, like, that's what it makes me want to do. No wonder they brought the drum boys back into the battlefield back in the days, you know? They'd be like, alright, everyone, we're playing music. They play some jam like this. Everyone's fucking running to the front lines, and they're dead. But they do it. What a beat. This is your first playthrough? Yeah, it is. It's my zero death blind playthrough. Oh, and speedrun, sorry. It's not just a playthrough, it's a speedrun. Them drum boys with the real army, they're the real generals. General's like, hey, play the drums. He's like, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, sir. Oh, it starts with the Dark Souls sound. Do you guys hear that? Dun, dun. Why the fuck would it start with the Dark Souls sound, though? They play those 2 Dark Souls notes. I think it was like Gwyn's notes. I know it's not same universe. But what if it was same universe? It's supposed to be its own universe. It's supposed to be its own universe. But I'm wondering, because the way these games work, timey-wimey bullshit don't make sense anyways, right? So it's very possible. Let me launch my death counter. It's possible, maybe, like, it's so far removed in time from the original Dark Souls story that it's its own thing, but maybe they're not trying to officially confirm it or anything yet, and like, nah, it's its own thing. But I have all these Easter eggs, which are interesting. Where's the damn def counter? Def counter and soundboard. Launch that shit. For the theoretical, hypothetical, scripted defs. Let's test if it works. It does indeed work. Yeah, I go to boss, I attack, and I unga bunga. That's literally what I do. But I do love the story when I do actually learn about it. But without further ado, I got my controller. We're going in. Drum these nuts. When you say okay, have you guys ever seen the GIF of like the really hipster old man or whatever, fucking standing by a fireplace? You guys ever seen that one? I'm not centered. How do I center myself? I'm sitting here. So, is that my hair? It's pointing out like a weirdo. The fuck am I? Scuffed Hitsu is scuffed? I'm always scuffed. Alright, so let's figure out where I am real quick. I'm here. As you guys can see, I kind of skipped out an entire section right here. And I did all this stuff over here, and I was helping Ranny. And then I forgot why I went back up. I don't know where I'm going, basically. We do have an underworld, I realized. I don't know how to get there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we have an underground, which we also went to. Must be a Dark Souls game. Also, no, I haven't hit it. What are you talking about? There's like this GIF of this dude, older hippie looking man, by a campfire, who literally walks up to the campfire and fucking starts drumming on his like balls through his underwear, and it's like the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life, and it looks so painful. But it was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? I saw that GIF like a couple times, on Twitter. And it's always so fucking weird whenever I see it. I probably want to do the lake that I skipped. You know what? You're probably right. So let's go do the lake that I skipped somehow. Controversial, but still people are literally fighting for gas. It's 2.5 liter. If I ever find the gift, I'll show you. It's really... Yeah, honestly, you can probably look at it. You can probably try to find the... Oh my god, my right click doesn't work. Bruh. I can't light swing. Okay. We gotta restart the game. Can't have the most important... Can't not have the most important skill to use. Oh, I'm not playing Lost Ark. That's not the game. I'm playing Elden Ring, bro. We're not. I'm only playing Elden Ring when I stream, so we gotta play Elden Ring. There's 2 cars on a lane. It's crazy. I mean, honestly, this is probably gonna sound super controversial. So, I'm okay with gas prices going up. Like, I would pay 5 times the amount the gas price right now if it meant the war would just stop going on over there in Russia and Ukraine. Like, just for a short period. Like, it sucks that gas is going up, but like, I just want that war to stop. It's not even a war. It's just senseless battle. Did I just launch? I fucking launched Lost Ark again, bro. I want to play Elden Ring, not to this Lost Ark. That being said, I know it's not very sustainable for gas prices to be 5 times the prices that it is right now. So I get it. It's just, yeah. How do I close Lost Ark before it launches? Lost Ark. If I end the anti-cheat thing, would it go away? Scuff's so good. Yeah, I'm very scuffed. Don't mind me. You can see the map fragments on the map, by the way. I have no idea what those are. I mean, I know they're map. They let you see the map, I guess. But is that Elden Ring launching? Should I close? I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna close that. All right, I ended task for Elden Ring. I'm gonna relaunch Elden Ring. Oh, now it should work. I was launching the wrong shit. Now it should work. Oh, you guys see black screen? Hold on. Don't I have a desktop display captured just for these moments? Oh, it captures this display? I don't know. The journey is a lot. The journey is the fun of part 3. The ending is just an ending. Like, I remember more about the journey than I do the actual ending, which is kind of crazy. Okay, I can attack now. Got that. I got this. And I got this. We're set. Alright. Let's go explore this damn lake that I have not explored yet by looking this way. How are the last 2 weeks? You know the reference now? the end stream one, you mean? Hope streaming is fun? It's been fun. It's always been fun. I enjoy streaming. I like streaming. It's just there's always been so much shit going on that I never had the chance to stream. And then it became a mix of too much shit going on. Also, I feel nervous about streaming, among other things. So it was kind of trying to find the balance, basically. But I was never really able to find it. Then Elden Ring came out, and I was like, you know what? I love this shit. I love these Soulsy games. So say less. And as I was gonna stream whenever I played Elden Ring, and I'm hoping this builds me up to stream again. It was no schedule yet. Well, I'm just kind of streaming whenever. Damn, that tree is fucking beautiful. But that's kind of the goal, though. Doesn't want pet frog, get pet frog anyways. You have a pet frog. Yeah, exactly. I'm just hanging out with the homies. Like, I'm trying to change how I feel about streaming, because I always felt so like what's the term I'm looking for? Serious about streaming? Not serious. I always felt this pressure, I guess, to stream, and I always felt like if I didn't stream, I was letting people down, which I know is not the case. I wasn't letting anyone down per se, but I always felt like that. I keep going the wrong way. You know what? There's a giant building in front of my face. Why don't I try going to where that giant building is in the middle of the lake? That could be good. I've been pretty upset while you weren't streaming. Intimidated? Intimidated, maybe? But I also felt like me not streaming is when everything went to shit in the world. So clearly me streaming is how the world fixes itself. You know? So, if I was streaming this entire time, we'd all be happy. My bad, guys. I let the world down. Bonfire. No pressure. You've been pretty upset while you were streaming. Kidding. But, so yeah, I'm just trying to stream more. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. I've been to that bonfire. What is that? What is this? I don't know. We're gonna go up this thing though. But seeing a stream does make me feel better. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. I'm not censored again. God damn it. I can't censor myself with this side angle camera thing. It's like the only way I can fit my camera. The audacity. Is there anything up here? Whee! Whee! A golden sunflower. You have a little thing happening near my border that I'm not going into? Yeah. 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 Actually. It's right next to your border. Hopefully it stops though. Haven't I been here before? Academy Gate Town. I'm really curious, like, if this was part of the Souls Born or Souls like games, I guess. It's just, what if it's a different era type of focus? Like, oh, this is the Souls universe, like 50 bajillion millennia in the future, or some weird shit like that, you know? Would that be possible? Would it make sense? But this one is an Erd tree, though. Whatever that Erd tree does. Got their roly bullies. So this is what Ohio looks like. Hey, live. First time chat. That's not true. I think Twitch is bugging out, guys. No, I'm always live. As you can see, those are scripted deaths. It's not actual deaths. Yeah, Twitch is definitely capping. Oh, he has asked me plenty of times, Cat. Don't even stress. He's asked me plenty of times. It's just Dio knows that, like, I literally can't. I don't have the time. Like, I don't even have the time to stream normally. But I'm trying to find a way, now that I do have some time again, I'm trying to find a way to actually, like, stream. Wait, where the hell is this? Academy Gate Town, Temple Quarter, Rose Church. Yes, sir. Your Switch is so buggy. YouTube would be neat, but I still feel like would YouTube be better? I mean, all my homies are on Twitch already, though. I don't know. I don't know if YouTube would be better. That's pretty rad, Cat. There's running guy with every sub I get a little loaf of bread. I forgot about that guy. Stinky ass flowers. I'm surrounded by stinky flowers. You guys want to see something? I want to show you guys something. I'm gonna show you guys something. Check this out. These things got buttholes. Bum bum do 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 do. You would like to Would like me to make a meme of me lighting up a baguette like a cigarette? That sounds stupidly fun, actually. No, that's just a regular campfire. There's a giant building shit I saw. Over there. Bitch! How the fuck do I keep going like the wrong way? I don't even know how I do it, but I somehow managed to do it. It's so easy to get lost in this. I wish I could set like a marker on the map and then follow it. I feel like you should be able to, and I just have not tried because I'm a dummy. What was up there? I'm gonna give it to you. You're so much farther in the game than I am. Am I? I got stuck at the tutorial, Pog. I'm working right now, so I'll pop up every now and again, but I'll be around. Plus, I'm thinking about getting this game, so I want to see what's up. Oh, don't even worry. I'll show you everything you need to know about the game. Hey, I found a map shard unintentionally. Aren't I cool? I'm so cool. I'm so good at this game. That's me. So there once was an academy. And then it all went to hell. You don't have the right? Oh, you don't have the right? Oh, well, shit. Well, shit. Yeah, I can't be that much farther ahead, can I? No, I wouldn't be able to make it. Unless there's a hidden walkway. You say thanks to Mia Ayana. Oh, is it the gifted sub? I think like last stream, Mia gifted some subs. Got him. So somber. What does somber mean? Is that like somber? Somber. Is that like emotional? Emotional resonance? Kinda sad. Yeah. Somber smithing stone. Forgot what that word meant for a bit. It's the booty hole guy. I don't know what those things are, to be honest. I'm gonna go to this thing. This thing looks like it's important. I don't know what that thing is. I'm ignoring it. I'm not gonna TP out yet. But really chill sad, not like violently or super loud emotional somber. Yeah. Is that what people are saying? Try finger, butthole? And because not because of. Not because of. Oh, these guys are coming out. Holy shit. They're saying try finger, butthole because it's lewd. Well, I fucking died. I mean, I don't die. Steak of Marika? I'll do it. I don't know where it's gonna lead me, but I'll do it. Be best dork ever. I can't, because I'm not one. Y'all are the dorks. Got him. Got him. Okay, so I got a statue thing over here. But what for? Oh, is this the dragon statue thing? Is where all the that dragon was that we murdered? Like a boss? I think it is, right? To go this way. This is where the dragon was. And we killed that shit. Maybe I'm giving gamers too much credit then. No, you'll see the tri-finger butthole next to, like, I think every waifu in the game ever will probably have that. Like, no cap. Pretty sure every single waifu in the game. Someone has put that message down. Or they'll do like amazing chest right ahead or something like that. Call out to Dark Souls 1, I think. Bum bum. You're a Dork King, my man. Unofficial. Y'all are the king of dorks. You are the king of dorks. Give me shit. Well, I try to find my way back in. Can I climb up there with just this? Experimentation mode. Motherfucker! Motherfucker! Okay. Okay, buddy. That's not working. It's, you know, you're the king of dorks. Now where's your queen? Queen is working. The queen do be working right now. Oh, would you look at that? I can just run up here. Open salami. You're creepy.
Please, I can't.
Tell her I said I miss her. I also miss her. Everyone misses Sophia.
Please, your fingers.
I've been stuck past 1,000 for the past 4 days. Tier 2 to tier 3 is huge. Yeah, I think I'm 1,030 or something like that. I haven't really been doing like abyssals or anything like that though. I want to do abyssals today.
Slaughter. Slaughter. The all-hearing.
Oh, that's her feet. I was like, I thought that was her hand for a second. I was like, oh, you got some big fingers, miss.
But all you need to.
All right, you want me to kill the big pot? Fuck you! I ain't killing no big pot. Weirdo. Fuck your fingers. Imagine asking me to kill a big pot. No. Wait! You come back to life? Motherfucker! Okay. I do remember this, actually. I have a bonfire right here. How the fuck do I get in there? There's a giant ice thingy. Let me in! Okay, I wanna make sure no one's following me. I need a glintstone key? Don't I have like 80 bajillion glintstones though? I got a cuckoo glintstone. Maybe it's like a specific key item. Okay, so I'm screwed fast. Also, if you want to do gold, do all rapport and phaetons. It's big gold. Oh, really? Bam, bam, ba-da-da-dam, ba-da-da-dam, bam. Oh, are you... Wait, behind you is weakness. I just realized there's a guy behind those. Spin to win, literally. This is not the last one I went to. Absolute cap. Absolute cap. I need to find a glintstone key somehow. Probably in this lake somewhere. Ugh, I slept for how many hours? 11 hours, and I'm still sleepy. I'm not sleepy, I'm still yawny. That is the way. Help! Murder these guys in front of me. Yeah! Murder these fools. Murder these suckers. I could fight back, but who would fight back? I'm sick of it. You missed! I'm sick of it. Hey. I'm proud of you. Get that working desk. Motherfucker. Okay, so its weak spot is behind it. I was wondering why I can't do damage to it, but now I see the weak spot now. My job gives you $1,000 a year to spend stuff on office stuff. Watch this video, Hitsu. Holy shit, you saved that much. Alright, let's see this. Ugh! Why is this shit, like, bright? Why is this shit bright? No, I've had that cough for, you know, this entire time. It's not fun. Why? Oh, why are you guys seeing that one? Hold up. That's not my first display, but it is what it is. And why is this not full screen? Bruh. Oh, that irks me on like 50 different levels. I remember this guy. Oh, you can parry him. He's trying to parry him. You can parry him. Oh shit. I guess it makes sense. He has a giant sword. He took damage there though. Oh, I thought he was gonna jump off. I was gonna be like that one boss. The horse boss in Sekiro. This guy does no damage. Hammer! He was such a fun boss. But he made me realize what the game was gonna be. All these fucking delayed attacks. He's gonna be a huge pain in the ass. It's like 50 what is it called? Delayed attacks. Like every boss is just super fucking delayed. You have to time your thing shit like perfectly, or you're just gonna get fucked. Fuck him up. He's so tanky though for such an early boss. Now that I actually see it again, he is really fucking tanky, isn't he? Very nice. Very nice. There's no magic, base level weapon, no summons, no armor, extremely underleveled. Yeah. That was... Oh, that was you, Lynx? That was very fantastic. No, he looks like a lot of fun. In the or not a lot of fun. I forgot how tanky he was. I know you said you were base magic and everything, but he still looked. Motherfucker! I forgot to grab my souls, didn't I? I did. Whoops. Scafetsu change scene. God damn it! I've been busy with school as usual. Yeah, you did. You took an exam last Saturday, right? All right, make sure everything works. Okay, we're all good. Oh, so I need to somehow find a glintstone key. We find a glintstone key, then we can do bosses again. Hello, the most pure and wholesome and innocent person is here. Is Marsu here? I don't know if Marsu's here or not. Oh, you? Oh, yeah, yeah. Of course, Tenpa. Yeah, sorry. You're right. I'm so sorry. I didn't think about that. Motherfucker! Now I know. I won't. I swear I will not forget it next time. I know now. Most wholesome and innocent person ever. Kampachi. Yeah. Of course. I can't believe I forgot earlier. Like, that's so silly of me. Alright. Oh, you little dick. Don't even. Did the sun just come out? Did you see the sun come out? Thank you. Bye-bye. How the fuck did the sun come out while we were fighting? Like, was something flying over me? Are there clouds? Oh, definitely not. Just erase that from my memory in the next now. I should be kept protected as a national treasure. Yeah. Marsu, the innocent, or Kenpachi. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Kenpachi, the innocent, wholesome treasure. So sorry. This one's so shiny. Oh, I see a giant lobster over there. I need faith in arcane. What is my arcane right now? How do I check my status? My faith and arcane are very low. My intelligence is 15 though. So I level up my faith and arcane next, maybe? Hello. Hello. Okay, I forgot you guys are annoying. I gotta somehow find a glintstone key. This place looks semi-important. Oh, he's cooking lobsters. Dorks. I don't have the things, cat. I don't have the thing. Oh, never mind, you said it. I've been hibernating, but things are good now. I wish you luck with school. Hopefully, everyone does well with school. Are they making people come back yet?
You trying to start something, mate?
Yeah, I'm trying to start something, bitch.
What the hell is wrong with you? You piss off before I crack you in half.
I fucking dare you.
What the hell is wrong with you? You trying to start some piss off? Your blinking problem. You don't mess with Big Boggart, mate. What the hell is wrong with you? You're trying to start this off.
Alright, that's right. I started something. You didn't do shit. I win that. Dick. Talk about lack of manners. Is he cooking lobsters? He is. Not the B word. My innocent ear can't. No. Oh, you need to go because I said bitch. I get it. I'm gonna fuck off sooner or later too. Not Cat2. My eyes are tainted. Oh no. He is cooking lobsters. Yeah, so he's probably cooking these lobsters. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Well, that's mighty fucking rude. Oh my god, you guys are being ridiculous. Alright, so I need to find a glintstone key, which is what I haven't found yet. And there's a way I can find a glintstone key. I just don't know how to find that way. I'm guessing the glintstone key is probably somewhere here. The question is, where? I'll go here. In a lobster butt? You're right. Lobster booty. Unless this guy has it. The salesman over here. Hey, yo.
Back notes every.
No. I'll see if you got my shit. Got any of them, glintstone keys I can buy? No? Never mind. Never mind. Heathenry? Whatever do you mean? Oh, I almost made it work. Mother bitch. What even is up there? Take this thingy. Oh, wahoo! Did you guys hear a bell? Motherfucker. Oh. Ah, yes. There's some fuckery going on over here. Okay. Easy peasy. All these guys are dead now, so I don't have to worry about it. I don't even know if they attack me or not. I think they do, because I see bloodstains around here, but... Wherever this is, we're going. Did someone say butts? Oh, yeah! Nani? What the fuck? Who the hell are you? Thief of fire? Okay. Holy shit, you slap. Flame of the Fell God? Well, looks like I stole the flame from someone else. Thanks for the flame, my guy. Arigato gozaimasu. Wait, that's a fucking eyeball, my. Ugh! I thought it was just like an orb, but no, that's an actual eyeball. Y'all got eyeballs. Wait, do you guys attack? You guys don't attack. Why the fuck am I killing you guys? Oh, I mean, I'm pure, wholesome, and innocent. Mm-hmm. 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 Bum, bum, da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun-dun. What the fuck? Tiny people. Was that a kid? I think it's a kid. I'm surrounded by a lot of little shits. I will name these guys little shits. That is my official name for them from now on. The little shits. You gonna watch a Sony presentation today? This is a Sony presentation today? I had no idea. I had no idea there was a Sony presentation at all, to be honest with you. When is it? There was an Apple keynote yesterday? I also had no idea. I am not caught up with anything in this world. A Bloodborne remaster? I want a Dark Souls 1 remaster, actually. That would be fantastic. (2 p.m., 5 p.m. EST, 4 p.m. my time? Maybe? Yeah, maybe? I want to. But I don't know what my time... Because I want to end at 5 p.m. my time. Order some food a bit before 5 p.m. So maybe. How long do you know? How long do they generally last? Alright, then yeah, we probably could while I'm ordering food. Sounds nice. Be gone. You can't get me, nerds. Ah ha ha ha. Just the good old American fight style. Oh, jeez. Lol. Gimme, 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 gimme. Hope Ghostwire gets something. Isn't that the like Tokyo looking thing? A Tokyo game with like the flying shit. Motherfucker. I have magic! Boop. It's a spooky game with the style. Yeah. I honestly forgot that game existed until you mentioned Ghostwire. I hope it does, though. That was a really cool looking game. Fire Spur Me. Fire Monk's Prayer Book? Is this the Pyromancy Guild? I've got nothing but fire stuff when I got up here. So it's not the Glintstone Guild. Ew. Cured meat from the skin of a dead man. Fantastic. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Dead man skinned meat stuff. Absolutely fantastic. Don't eat the man meat, SMH. I'm not gonna eat the man meat. I'm just gonna keep it with me, so I stink like dead man meat. Cured man meat. Sorry. Hello, Gargoyle John. It's raining. It's really cool when it rains in this game. Oh. Did not mean to kill that thing, but I did. Shrimp land. Not shrimp land, this is crab land. There's something here. This I want to kill. Stinky thingy. Ash of War. Vow of the Indomitable. Where's my horny bat? I am not sure. Cured of what? Cured of horny. God damn it. I heard the... Oh, that place looks cool. How to get up there? It's just, you know, cross this forsaken village of dead people. I guess. Sure there's a bonfire though, right? Sure there's a bonfire though. Is it? I'm kind of scared. Like, actually kind of scared. Alright, I'm 1 away from strength, and after that, I'm gonna start leveling up my faith and intelligence. Only 800. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. And these need to go up 4, both of them. So. This village is done for. Please, even if it's just you, old Albus, hide well and still your breath. Larval tier. You just hear that music, right? Alright, I'm gonna summon my boys. Praise the well. You guys go crazy. I'm gonna explore a little bit. You guys died? Unbelievable, they died. Okay, get her ass. Get her ass. From the behind. Oh, actually, I have a thing for this. Oh, I thought those guys were moaning in my ears for a second. I was like, I got scared. I got scared. Did they turn on me? Okay, I got a thing for this. It's a lantern. A lantern thing. Don't I? There it is. Nope, that was pretty fucked up of you guys, but it's not my business. Ain't none of my business.
Please, no. Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secret.
Pathetic sort ahead.
Please leave me be. Wait then. You're not one of them.
I don't think so.
What a relief.
Ooh, that's me. I have COVID. Or I had COVID.
Albus and Albinoric, as you can see, we're finished. The whole village is finished. The cursemongers have destroyed everything. No one that remains has their wits about them. I beg you.
That's sad.
Would you look after this medallion? You must keep it out of the cursemonger's hands.
Sure.
If you should meet the young Albinoric Latena, then please give it to her. A chosen land awaits. The medallion is its only a quaint treasure, but for dear Latena, it is needed to fulfill her purpose.
Okay, I'm gonna check my equipment real quick. My inventory, I mean. There's key items, right? I have. Oh, so they're different medallions. Never mind. Never mind.
NANI?
I've been feeling more tired lately. No, please get that rest. Nice t-shirt, good sir. Well, thank you, good sir. I brolt. What can I say? How are you doing, Olsen? And thank you, Jack, for the sub. I could have sworn you subbed, like, literally last week. So, I don't know how that works. But, thank you again for subbing, Eudoric. Sam, I honestly want to take a nap. You should. You should take a nap. Bro, I slept for 11 hours today. I slept for 10 or 11 yesterday, actually. On guard, my fellow compatriots. Stab the fuck out of them. Yeah. Yeah, we'll teach them who's boss. I almost jumped off. Come back, you little shit. Where did they kill my boys? The audacity. Hello from the both of us. Hello to Yuki as well. I hope she's doing well. I'm just chilling, vibing. How do you feel okay sleeping 11 hours? I mean, I was dead. Like, dead. I needed the rest. Oh, you're a boss? The fuck, man? I don't have the HP for this. I mean, was I wrong? I woke up 4 a.m. and it has just been atrocious. How many hours I was up today and I ain't do shit? What do you mean? What have you done today? What have you actually done today? No, we're killing this guy, whoever that guy was, the fucker. Where was this shit? Killing me like it's no big deal? Step aside, you losers. Ow. That hurt. I haven't summoned these guys yet. I want to summon them. Hey, yo, I need you to hit your shot. That was kind of lame, bro. If I'm gonna go gouge my allies out in the 8 people abyssal dungeon, I haven't done that one yet. I want to do that one. But good luck with your abyssal dungeon, Cat. Have fun. It's about much of a doffer as it is the rest of the day in gym. Hold up. I'll read that in a second. Ah! What have I done today? Eat every 3 hours because that's a diet plan and just lay on my bed waiting for my next meal and just boring, depressive lifestyle? Well, don't hate on yourself that much. You got this. You're a badass. I don't see how much damage this guy does. Motherfucker one-shots me, bro. He hit the dog and the dog ain't dead. He does no damage. Meanwhile, he's one-shotting my ass. Well, I guess everything one-shots my ass. and some shit to do when I got time. Have you been working out? Did you work out today? You said you have a diet plan. We haven't really worked out, right? Alright, fucker. Dude, he walks over so fast. I forgot he did that. I did no damage to him. I renew my gym membership next week after payday. Your boy needs to get his six-pack back. I'll go at it tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday if possible. I'll go for a swim on Sunday. I want to start working out again. That's the goal, anyways. To start working out. But I have not accomplished that goal yet. In any semblance of the word. I hopped over that. Not really. Alright, fuck it. We'll play it my way. Come here, bitch. You're fast as fuck anyways. Okay. He hurts. He hurts. I just gotta dodge him. What am I doing? Why I'm trying to take the damage? Why I'm trying to take the hit? Oof. Yeah, you were down bad. The audacity. What if I do this? And then this. Who the fuck are you shooting at, bro? Yeah, snipe his ass. You shot the dog? Oh, I got my shit back. Well, he was kind of useless. Hey, yo! Those dogs are just a touch annoying. There's 3 of them, apparently. I only saw 1 at the start. So, I have a plan. New plan. New plan. We're gonna try to flank around and kill the dogs first. Okay, you go take that nap. Yes, you enjoy your nap. You enjoy your must-needed nap. Alright. This hurts? Yes, it does. Not really, actually. Rune arc. Alright, doggos! Where the fuck you ares? Yeah, oh, I killed your buddy! Killed your buddy! I'll take the hit. I'm gonna get one shot anyways. Any more doggo buddies? I'll kill them all. I call absolute bullshit. I knew for a fact there's 3. I saw 3. I saw 3. You can't fool me. Likely too high up. If only I had a house. I felt that. John Wick, remember that? That is John Wick. I'll be back in like probably an hour. Alright, say less. My souls. I didn't mean to aggro him right away. He remembered it. John Wick remembered it. He remembered it so fast. Alright, motherfuckers. I don't know where the third doggo is. There was definitely 3, right? I'm not tripping. I distinctively remember seeing 3. Oh, whatever. Alright, we'll take that. My name is Gilgamesh! Bitch! Fucker. So I mean, he's really squishy. I just gotta not get hit by him, honestly. I'm trying to see if I can stagger him. Because I can backstab him. I want to see if I can repulsate him. What's the term called? It's a visceral. It's called a visceral, isn't it? I want to see if I can visceral him. Whee! Whee! Alright, get the dog on this side. It's much easier. Ow. I dodged that one. Is that a... He has a lingering hitbox. I dodged that one. Fuck! Like, I have to be Scooby-Doo. I actually dodged that one. So I can't, like, stay in the way of the hitbox, or I'll die. And gosh darn it. Gosh darn it, Bobby. Okie dokie. Sorry, buddy. You don't see me? Now you can see me. Can. You actually can. I'm gonna do it again. Bitch. I don't see if I could do it or not. And you can actually do it. He fucking one-shot me so much, though. So I'm guessing anyone I can backstab, I can probably repulsate. For sure. Because I can visceral a lot of... That's where the other dog was. Sneaky, sneaky son of a gun. I'll tell you what. There's so many like Midwestern like I forgot what the term's called. There's so many Midwestern like things that people say that I realize aren't normal. So if I ever say them like outside and like say in Norway or something like that, I always get these looks where like people are like, the fuck did you, what did you say? What are you talking about? I'm like, oh right, you don't understand what I'm saying. Ahaha. Whoopsie. Like, for example, like the thing we do where we say like, hey, how are you? What's up? How are you doing? That, like, that alone is already enough to make people go like, I'm doing okay. Why are you asking me? But for us, it's just kind of like a greeting thing. It's a lot of tiny things like that that I like don't even like consider. I don't even notice. It is not normal. Mother bitch. Being friendly is weird. It is. No one can handle the Midwestern friendly. I got a crystal sword. That's kind of cool. Too bad it's not what I need. I didn't even cross this bridge. Is that the only point of this bridge? Kinda seems like it so far. Nutty. Oh, I thought it was a cave. I'm dead. Motherfucker. Take the hit from me. I'm not dead. Fall damage who? Fall damage you. Clearly. Poison bloom. Oh. I was looking for the crystal meth. Damn gotchas. That's how they get you. 1 second you're playing a gotcha game. The next thing you're doing is looking for crystal meth. Motherfucker. Hey, it's a bonfire I haven't found yet. Or a grace I haven't found yet. Sorry, it's not a bonfire, guys. It's just a grace. It's just a grace. Don't want to get confused of things that are actually what they're supposed to be. Converted tower! Whee! Erudition guide thee? What? Who the hell is erudition? And why is it not guiding me? Instead, I got another glintstone that I can't use. What the fuck? Is there not like another way up here? Like a staircase or something? Magic grease. Nope. Ain't seen no staircase. I'm telling Mom. Ow. Ow. Okay, hold up. I can't play gacha games. I'll be too tempted to buy things. It's like, ooh, it's pretty and shiny. Yeah, fuck you, erudition. I got it myself, bitch. That'll show him. Fuck your books. I don't know what that word means. Erudition. Because I don't read books. On guard. Yoinkies. Memory stone. I'm guessing all these death things around me are from people falling off, right? People being big doo-doo heads. Whoops. giant tree. I mean, fuck it. Let's go to the giant tree. Giant trees are pretty cool. Are they not? I cannot play gacha games. That's all the pot got. You're fucking mother dicks. Okay. I'm processing this though. Sounds like he's a magician. Oh yeah, the dude's a magician. Dick. Alright, Tree Avatar. Oh, it's not a magician. Wait. I know that attack style. Mother dicks. Yes. I think all in all, it's the pothead. Step aside, child. I have some business to get to. Oh, there's a statue there. Get my souls. Oh, motherfucker, I don't want these on you! You have brought me great dishonor. Oh, motherfucker. Did you see how he held on to that? Oh, the audacity. You wooden dick. A wooden dick. The actual audacity. I'm just trying to do my thing, and that tree just does its own thing, I guess. Okay, hold on. Grab the souls real quick. I didn't stagger him. Is he unstaggerable? That's impossible to do. Alright, we shall try again. But I grabbed my souls. Fuck you. Grabbed my souls, didn't I? Didn't I? I did. Yeah, that felt good. To die again. Dick. Ah. Okay. Oh shit, my souls are over here. Hey yo, I almost missed it. It was literally right where I spawned. I almost lost it. I couldn't roll! Motherfucker! Was I out of stamina? I think I was out of stamina. Damn, was I actually out of stamina? That would have been awkward. Damn, he looking thick. Yeah, he kind of is. He reminds me of a, was it Orange? No, it's Smo. He reminds me of Smo. Where the fuck are my runes? Yeah, where are my runes? Bro, what the fuck? Alright. No more getting greedy. I'm trying to do this. No more getting greedy. That's on me. No more greedy. I just gotta do damage. Just focus on DPS and dodging. He's a huge pain in the ass. Huge pain in the ass. Got my souls, of course. Where the fuck are my souls? Okay. Let's focus on that DPS. I didn't roll. Didn't roll. That was my B. Fuck that up. We're just gonna focus on the DPS. Like, stop all the fancy bullshit. Rapid FN. Follow. Oh shit! What the fuck? Hello, Rapid. Also, hello, Fonfons. I didn't say hi earlier. How you been? 3 years. God damn. Okay. Go find me my souls. What? Not what I meant to use. Not bad. See. Okay, I died, but what the fuck was that attack? What? I forgot I had it a while ago. Master PvP. Is that what I'm not sure if I remember Master PvP either. But in any case, welcome back, Rapid. Long time no chat. Hope you've been well. I don't know what you've been up to. To get lit, bruh. The last attack. I'm not sure what it does. I just took that bonk. That bonk looked delicious. Alright. Did I not have stamina again? Am I not paying attention? Fuck me. Last time you were here, I was doing that child demon game. Lucifer, that's so long ago. I see. Damn, welcome back. It's been a long time. I have not streamed this past year. But welcome back, though. Hope you've been well. Hope life has been treating you well. That hurt like a bitch. The fucking delay, dude. No, I thought I didn't follow you. No notifications, but I did. Oh, I mean, it's fine. Welcome back. Yeah, I mean, notifications are always weird on Twitch, anyways. And I literally did not stream for like almost a year. So I know a lot of people probably forgot I existed. Not gonna lie. Give my shit. Hell yeah, that's all good. I see the attack now. I see the attack now. Yeah, not streaming for you. Probably might have been what messed it up. It might have been. Might have been. I've been really busy doing a lot of shit, so I kind of went poof for a bit. But we're back now. Hopefully. All right. I'm gonna go grab my souls right on over here. Don't mind me. You do your thing, and I'll do my thing, sir. Deal? God damn it. Didn't you get married? I am engaged, not married yet. Not married yet. That man said, no deal. Real quick. He said, nah. Mad pass. Fuck that. My bad. If I'd known he felt that way, I would have not done what I did. Oh, that's so cool. I feel like a beast. Bitch. Oh, did I spam it too much? I spammed the fucking attack too much, so it loaded in another attack. I was getting ready to roll. As soon as I went for the attack, I knew I was done for. Oh, man, I was doing so well. That was such a good early... I took half his HP. That was such a good early phase. Ah, motherfucker. How are you doing, Scotty? Hope life is going well. Mother bitch. Mother dicks. Oh, sorry, horsey. Alright. Nice. Oh, I rolled too early. But we got him half HP there again. Fuck. I wish I didn't have 6,000 souls, because I really need those 6,000 souls. I wish I had like 0. Having the souls is mentally putting me at like gotta be careful about losing the souls state when I gotta stop caring about my souls. Your souls don't mean shit. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna go kill you. 115. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking crazy, man. Alright, I want to see if I can do this. How many souls do I need? Like 10,000? Oh, I'm not gonna have enough. Oh no. Come on. Come on, big boy. 8,000. That's not enough. I need 1,100. All right, we're gonna try to level up my souls. We're gonna try to not worry about our souls anymore and just kill these guys 10 times. Yeah, I gotta kill those guys 10 times. Ah! Come down, sir! Jakku! Shackles! I wanna feel special too! How are you guys doing? Just working on Unity model stuff. Wanna get this done before dinner? Oh, stream has been going well. I've been kinda fucking dicking around. I'm still lost in this game. I'm having fun, but I'm still dicking around. I'm not sure if I answered you, Rapid. I think I did. I'm engaged, not married. Engaged. Damn, that dude hurt. Alright. We need like 6 more of them chaps. Not you guys, but fuck it. Ah! The smoke right off the cliff. God damn it. That works. 9,200. Did not acquire the sunflower that I wanted. Oh well. Surely there's more in this vicinity. No? So we go back. Let's get this done before dinner. What is that emote? Jakku, Shuckles. Nani? I rest real quick. We rest. We're closer. And then once I get this, I won't have to stress out about losing my souls. I'm gonna be like, souls? What souls? That'd be so nice. Okay. We're at 9,400. Alright. 9,600, or 500, I mean. I'm going for 9,600. Yeah, I'm going for that ass. Okay. That's 9,600. I need 9,900, right? I need you. Okay. I'm short literally 200. So you have to do one more cycle, I think. Unless there's some guys over here. Whee! Maybe. You're like, nah, not you guys. And he made it so mad he almost jumped off a cliff. No souls, only runes. Yes. No souls, only runes. Oh, wait. That might be enough, actually. I think that's 100, maybe. Give me that shit. There we go. Is there auto-pathing? Asking for a friend? Perfect. I'm gonna level up Arcane first. No, hold up. What is that cough about? I had COVID for a while. And now I have this lingering cough. And it's super annoying. Yeah, I had COVID, I think, around New Year's. A bit after New Year's. And I still have this cough from that period. Yeah, that boy became a Beyblade. But you know what? I don't mind anymore. Because I only have 200 souls. What? That's not even worth stressing over. Now I can go take care of this guy over there. Motherfucker. Alright, big guy. We're sick of it. What if I sneak up on him? Alright, dude somehow fucking knows anyways. Yo. He's cheating. God damn it. 329 scripted deaths so far. That's so many scripted deaths. What a big game. Hey yo. What? Let me. I've never been so cheated before in my life. I'm pretty sure I just aggroed someone. Motherfucker, I did. Motherfucker. I couldn't stab him earlier. Did anyone see that? I was just like, oh, I got it this time. Oh, I got it this time. Oh, I got it this time. I cannot visceral him. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Oh man, what a buggy scripty game. We just went through that scripted death and it happened again. They played the same animation. Shame animation. The shame animation. On guard! Why was I crouching? I somehow crouched there. Did I accidentally crouch there? I don't know what I did. How do you crouch? It's not B. B's rolling. This is crouching. This is also how I move. So I somehow crouched by accident there. On guard! That time. Fucker. No, I know what I did. I know what I did. I meant to roll, but I triggered an animation from pressing it too many times. Oh, I know what I did. You did a die. I did a die. Did I press plus one? I don't know if I did or not for that one. Alright. That one I definitely attacked on purpose. I was hoping for a stagger. I don't know why. I was. Stab in the trussy. The trussy? I'll do it. I'll do it for you, Shuckles. We're gonna stab in the trussy. Trussy. I finally figured out what that means. You're such a dork. What the fuck? We did it for you. Just for you. And then we died. Because... yeah, we just died. Whoops. Oh, fuck, that scared me. Nani? Yeah! I honestly don't know. I need to stop doing that. I hit this attack a bit too much sometimes. And then I can't roll because it loads in the animation, like it buffers the animation, like a fighting game. You're loading the animation and oh my god, I got fucked. But thank you for the follow. Why is it doing that one though? I want to hear the Stanley one. The Gundam one's really cool and all, but I want to hear the Stanley one. Damn. Yeah, I did it again there by accident. Ah! Ma! Okay. Bitch. Say less. I don't know why. I was literally tightening all of my muscles doing this. I was fucking... I don't know what the fuck I was doing. But I was doing it though. But thank you, Shuckles, for the follow. I appreciate that. Hope you've been well. This is the turn. Woot, less. What did I get, actually? Oh, those are the crafty thingies. Okay. So, that's enough for this tree, I guess. I don't know what else to do with this tree. I still can't find this glintstone thing. So I can go into the academy. Who has my glintstone? Which one of you fucks has my glintstone? Am I aggroing something? Alright, we're gonna go to this building. Oh, the misery! Oh, we're good. Ah, oh, the misery. Da -da 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 -da. Gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. Where was I going? Who the hell am I aggroed against? Oh, you? Like somewhere in this direction. Is this church? I think I found it. I found it. I think I found it. Oh! The dick! I haven't swung yet. The fuck you been? Dead. I want to see where this one leads me to. Hello, Yusuf. How have you been? What have you been up to? Who the fuck? Oh, you're an NPC. I don't want to piss you off. Mother bitch. No, NPC, go away. I mean, he's already angry. I accidentally hit you. A lot. NPC man! Yamete! Yamete kudasai! That was not me! That was not me! Bitch. Yeah. Yeah. I'm making. Let's do this. Man was fucking bleeding out. Yeah, he healed. I'm okay with him healing. You can't heal though, bitch. Give my shit. Outies. That's not really helpful. Being depressed and doing academically well? Well, you know what? At least you're doing something well. I'm proud of you. Sorry about the depressed part, but hopefully a lot of things are going somewhat well for you at least. That's always more than that's always a plus, I mean. Dude, he's just staring at me angrily. Do you see that? It's like, if you come back to this church, I'll fucking kill you. I would kill him. I don't want to kill him. It's kind of my problem. This guy can't hit me. Stupid plant. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I need an item. I don't know what the item is, though. Oh, fuck. I'm at the temple quarter. Hello. Oh, the audacity. How did you... You are very good at rolling, my friend. Very good at rolling. Oh, this is where I killed the dragon, actually. Okay, I really don't know where to find a glintstone. I need to figure that out. Or not a glintstone, but a glintstone key. I figured that out, and then I'm set. Also need to figure out where the dragon that disappeared went. I found another dragon somewhere. Let's see. I haven't gone this way yet. We'll go walk in this direction. Is this stupid Liuriana Lake? I do not know if that's the name of this lake. If it is, yeah, it's stupid. If it isn't, no, it's alright. Ah, yes. I'm doing it! I'm doing it! I don't even know what this is, but I'm doing it! Sorry. The Academy Crystal Caves. Yes, motherfuckers. We're in a cave. We must be very quiet. I ain't trust no rats. Don't trust any rats. Suddenly ASMR sugar. ASMR Sugar Amar. Whatever. Yeah. What does ASMR stand for again? It's not autonomous. Sensory something. Liar ahead. Fuck. Visions of crystal? You're not wrong. A sugar mister, yes. Alright, I have cover, thankfully. But suddenly there seems like there's a lot of them joints. I'm gonna grab this thing. Cuckoo glintstone. Wait. I think I know what that item is now. Hold up. I think I know what this is. I'm gonna use one. It is that item. I'm about to cuckoo the fuck out of you guys. Check this out. Bitch. I don't need to aim. Oh, I do kind of need to aim. Fucker. Oh. Oh shit. That was a double whammy. Double whammy. Fucker. Fucker. I win. I'm better at cuckooing or glintstoning than you guys. Yeah, they are Burger Kings. Going to Harvard to learn magic? Yeah. Imagine going to Harvard, learning magic, and losing to a guy who just throws rocks at you. Kind of humiliating. You guys really should be working your shit. Cocoa keys. Okay. Is that a bonfire? That ain't no bonfire. Why is the health bar a third smaller than your stamina? Oh wait, I remember. Wait, what? Hidden path ahead? Surely you're lying. Ah, motherfucker. What? First off, behind, and then tunnel? Oh, I remember. It's your signature build. Oh yeah, never having HP. All because one fucker was like, hey, "You should level up HP, then you would stop dying as much." I'll die as many times as I want. Bitch. Yeah, we showed them, didn't we? Huh? Oh, stone sword key. Yo, bless. We never died, but yeah, these are all scripted deaths. These are the hypothetical deaths that we've seen so far. But as we all know, I am actually a zero death blind speedrunner. Ain't no one can compare to my movement speed. Yeah, so many. Buggy game. The PC port, very buggy. Can I roll in here? Roll. That didn't alert you at all, my dude? Wow, so fucking scripted. God damn it. Yep, scripts. There's a bonfire over there. There probably was. Okay, dude. We go again. We kill everyone here. Wait, that's a new fucking attack? You. Goodbye. And there's more over here. Yeah, there is. Alright, say less. By the way, Cupcake, how are you doing? I haven't said anything yet, but I've seen you've been having a lot of fun with your streams lately. At least it seems that way. Hope life is going well for you. And how's it? There's a lot of people in here who stream, actually. Neva, how have your streams been? You having a good time? Oh no! Ha ha ha! Loser. Yeah, bitch! Dick. What? There's more of you fucks? I didn't even get up there. Not in the hell. So you're telling me I have to fight a boss with no bonfire? Motherfucker. Okay. Oh, hell no, bro. You're bullshit. I'm playing Dark Souls 2 right now. Ow. I didn't do damage to you, motherfucker. Adult. God damn it. Alright. Bruh. Okay. Got it. Wait, but I need my fucking... Damn it. Okay. I need my souls. So I just need to be better at killing them, I guess. I really did just die to the Blue Man group. I really just did. I've been playing a lot of horror games. Ugh, man. Fuck horror games. I'm hard stuck on a certain boss you've yet to see. I can't wait. Can't wait to see that very same boss. Dick. Okay. Souls! Bitch! Okay. We're running by them all. Damn it! I like that move. It's a cool move. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually a really cool move. Fucking A! I'm running by everyone. We gotta do what we gotta do. Just a walking statue. Don't mind me, bro. I'm just walking around as a statue. I'm kind of far away. Alright, now we'll try it again. Just a walking statue. Don't mind me, bro. I'm just walking around as a statue. Yep, just a weeping angel. You wouldn't hit a weeping angel, would you? I wouldn't. Dicks. Nope, I'm in. Fuck you. Alright, does this protect me? It does. Alright. Is this Sneak King sequel? When there's a horde just of Burger Kings out to murder you? Might be. I'm gonna try to parry this dude. I'm pretty sure I can parry him. Oh god, it's such a hassle to get over there though. I wish there's one like a bonfire closer by. Which one can I parry with? Does it tell me which one I can parry with? I can parry with this one. Oh, I see. Some of them says parry. Okay. Tally-ho, I suppose. On guard. Rats, thank you. Bye. I don't even know what these items are for. They're for up enchanting or doing something. They're for doing something. I'm just not doing that something that they're supposed to be doing. Alright, motherfuckers. Oh, fuck it. I need to, like, defend myself from, like, an angle. 3, 4. Bitch. Whoa, 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 he's changing his rhythm! What? Is he getting slower? I think he is. Wait. Oh! Gimmicky! Very gimmicky! Oh! Okay. I'm not sure if this is the case or not. I'm really not sure if this is the case. I parry him, I visceral him, backstab him, etc., 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 and then he gets slower and slower and slower until he gets so slow that I can probably just straight up fuck him. And once I'm done with him, we move on to the next guy and rinse and repeat. Because I think that's what's going on. I think. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's what's going on. Really interesting mechanic if that's the case, though. Zoom. Wee. Okay, that was kind of rude. That was kind of rude. I think that's the actual mechanic, though. I don't think I'm crazy. I'm thinking that. Just let me in the door. Stop being so ridiculous. 2, 3, 4. There we go. Is that what's going on? I don't think that's what's going on. He was speeding up again. I actually have no idea what's going on. Well, he said he was weak to viscerals, so we'll try viscerals. I can tell they're very gimmicky in some form or fashion. They are gimmicky. I just haven't figured out the gimmick yet. Okay. Okay, that's one. What could that be weak to? Kind of staggered him there, but he wasn't really moving. Or I did the other attack. Oh, not that one. That's the wrong one. Whoopsie, I'm just a box. I want to try something. I want to try using the cuckoo on them. Let's see what happens if I use a cuckoo. I'm crazy for cuckoo puffs. We're trying to make them go crazy, because they're shining blue. Surely that's an indication that I'm supposed to be doing something different. I doubt they're just that shiny and blue for no reason. It's not like they're particularly difficult either. frame rate. The fact that that guy shot 3 at me, the audacity. The actual audacity. Okay. Just know it's a damage thing. Just know I'm doing that little damage, at least. Hello. Dude, I can't see that attack when it's above me. He got me again with the big bamba. Hello, rats. Goodbye, rats. Try the rapier out for this part. We'll see how this one does in comparison to the Uchigatana. Okay. Okie dokie. That hurt. Okay, that one does more damage, technically. I'm suffering. This game seems painfully long. The main reason I don't want to play it. I returned. Welcome back. I hope you had a good nap. A second. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do because they're very blue. I'm not sure. Blue normally means they're magic as fuck. Does that mean I'm supposed to use magic against them, or are they magic resistant? I don't know. You know what? I'm thinking too much about it. I'm gonna do something that I know how to do, which is just go crazy. Parry if I want, or don't. It's pretty simple anyways. Right? Yeah. He's pretty simple anyways. Oh, you dick. Okay. Inventory. I'm gonna get rid of this. Our equipment. We're gonna get rid of this. No, let me in. No, wrong button. Fuck. Okay. I'll parry him, and then I'm literally just gonna go to town on him. Alright, that works. Go stupid, go crazy, ah! Why does he look like a Burger King mascot? Because he does. That's why I take 3 years to finish them. I mean, yeah, all open world games are actually painfully long. That's very true. Okay. My goal? Actually, maybe after I parry him, I say fuck him, and I run straight to the mage guy, and I just go to town on the mage guy. I don't know if the mage guy has any like short range attacks. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe I just go crazy, right? We go crazy on Mage Boy. I'm not even sure if I hit Mage Boy. Maybe Mage Boy is weaker. Maybe Mage Boy is the one that's giving him the shield. Oh. Alright. Stop thinking. You thinking is getting you hit. I need you to dumb down your brain a little bit, bruh. But the side quests and NPC backstories are interesting in the game and is very rewarding in that regard. But I also don't know like jack shit about how to play the fucking game. So I'm always lost. This is just me learning the game. Alright. Oh, fuck everyone! Nope, I'm already in. Fuck you. Oh, yeah. Come at me. 1, 2. No! Oh my god, you idiots! I was very smooth brain. God damn it, Johnny. Okay, hold up. Give me this so I can see my direction. Too much smooth brain. Take it back. We went too far. No. Gimme. Alright, you fuckers. Oh, what the fuck? How? You've never hit me before. He literally never hit me before. That was the first time. Oh my god. I'm an idiot! I'll take that. That's a dub. That's a dub in my book. Fuck him. That hit me. Alright. Yep, I'm being really slow. Okay, so he does have a close range attack. Believe it or not. Fucker. Okay. New plan. Actually, no, I didn't hit the guy though. I want to see if I can do if I do enough damage to the magic guy. I want to see if it breaks the magic around him. Like maybe that's what's going on. He has a couple short range attacks to protect him from the melee boys like me. But that one guy keeps pushing at me to make sure I don't get aggro on the mage, right? So maybe maybe, if I keep at it on the mage guy, fucker, I can do some massive damage. Massive damage. Talking about. Alright. I'm a fucking bush. Don't mind the bush. Just a walking bush. Just because I don't like dealing with this part. And fuck you! I'm already in. Fucker! Hitting him didn't do much. I feel like I'm on the cusp of it. There's a dude in SF that would describe himself as a bush and would scare tourists on the wharf. Street Fighter? SF? I don't know what SF is. Maybe it's a weapon thing? Am I supposed to use a different weapon? Are cutting weapons not good enough? San Francisco? Ah! One of those guys! I know those people. Those types of individuals. I'm so fucking good. Like I'm hoping like the second I figure this out, it's gonna be like a super aha moment. Do all Bushmen know each other or something? Yeah. What? Yeah. It's our trait. It's our trade, as well as our trait, I guess. Oh, I can grab stuff while I'm in there. Alright, fucker. I want you all the way over here. I'm gonna fuck you up. Well, that's awfully fucking rude. Wait, I did so much damage to him just now. Did I not? Oh? 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 Ooh! Doing damage to him now! motherfucker! I don't know what happened, but okay, so it seemed like I cracked his armor. That's what it seemed like, right? Your turn, bitch. Oh my god, I'm fucking stressing out now. Bitch! You know, I'm gonna fully heal up in case he does some dumb bullshit. I figured it out. You just go crazy on him. You break his fucking armor, and then you teach him a lesson. That's all that was. That's all that was. I get it now. Mother bitch. Open salami. Where am I? Am I inside the temple now? The academy? Alternative route? No way, right? There's no way. Oh yeah, there's no fucking way. Shame! That'd be really cool if it was an alternative route. Oh well. It is what it is. Oh my god, I figured it out. Fuck those bosses. I was like, how do I deal with this shit? I do no damage to them. I could parry him pretty easily, but I didn't realize you just have to keep literally swinging it. Like, just keep swinging at them until their shit breaks, and then you do damage. That's what you have to do. So cheesy. Okay, but I still have my question. How the fuck am I supposed to get inside the academy? No riding areas. Yes, I've realized that. That there are areas where you cannot ride. Plenty of them, in fact. I don't know what you guys do for me. Just don't know what they actually do for me, so. Alright, so we're back to being lost. I killed that boss, whatever that boss did, but I'm lost again now. Oh, right. I did lose my souls. I forgot that was a thing that happened. We lost all of our souls. We killed the boss for nothing. No. No. Shit. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? You're new. I'm the winner. There's another one of you guys? I mean, it worked. Smithing stone. It's so easy to get lost in a game like this. Oopsie. Don't want to aggro those guys. Lobster boys. There's something there. Hello, lobbies. Goodbye, lobbies. Jesus. The fucking bubble spit thing, the bubble beam, fucking Pokemon move right there. Actually terrifying from across the distance. This place is familiar. I think I've been here. This is the... Yeah, the riddle place. Okay, we've done this. If I'd done that, where am I supposed to go? What the hell is that? Alright. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going down this path. I saw something that I want to check out, so... On the map anyways. Thor? Did I do something to anger you? Or? I'm sorry? Fuck? That's so terrifying. Just fucking thunderbolt just right next to you. It's actually so scary. Hey, there's a bonfire here. Fantastic. I'm still gonna go down in this creepy direction. If it will let me. There we go. Oh, it's not. Thank you. Okay. Well, it's raining now. Alright. I'm in some place. I don't know where I am, but I'm in some place. We're somewhere. We are somewhere. fair. Let's see. Alright, I do no damage to this guy. Actually, no damage to that guy. I'm so scared. I can't see shit. Oh, fuck me. That's scared the hell out of me. What did that say? San... I didn't see it. San Koku? San Kiku? Let me see. Let me pull it up. Fuck, dying, I hope. We'll just deal with the poison for now. I'll stand still. Let me see. How do I check my alerts? I thought I had it, actually, on here, don't I? No, I don't. Would you be willing to type in the chat, sir? So I can see your name properly and say thank you. I feel like an idiot. I thought I had that, like, in there already. Zani Kikuku. Zani from Bell. Ah, I see. Hello. Welcome. How are you, dude? I am lost. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Hope you're chilling. Hope you're doing well. That was the way down. Oh wait, there's like 50 ways down here. Hey yo. I need to find a new bonfire first though. That's what I'm looking for. Then I'll worry about the going down part. People die here somehow. Ah, fuck. Dude, there's way too many of these guys right now. Oh. What are you up to, though? How's life treating you? Find the moment to roll. Did I go about it backwards? I think I did it fucking backwards. Hold up. Did I? Smithing stone.
What?
Oh, shit. Hello. How are you? Undertaken King. What's going on? That scared the fuck out of me too. Alright, our poison's gone. I have one flask. Not much mana. And I have this. Oh! I have an idea. If I don't want to fight them and I want to find a bonfire. I think there's more up there. More down there, rather. Oh, I'm hungry. What time is it? You're good? I'm glad you're good. I am hungry, I just realized, so. Oh! Actually, this will work, this will work. I'm a damn bush. It's glowing. Just take it in front of their faces. That's kind of troll. Ah, oh, fuck me. I just got done being poisoned, you dicks. Okay, I don't know what that was, but it did it. Fuck you! Found this? We're good. So it's presentation time, so I'll be back in like 20 minutes. Also eat something. I'll eat something soon. Oh, it is presentation time. You're right. Should we watch that? Oh, I can watch it another day, I guess. Like on Saturday. After everyone's already had time to talk about it. I have more time. I really have no idea where the fuck I'm going. Ow. Okay, what the fuck is this? I heard some singing again. Okay, so they're weak to heavy attacks, actually. Somber smithing stone? Okay. Whew, that's one dangerous Ferrero Rochero? I literally just ate like an entire box last night. Ferrero Rocheros. I don't know how many rows there are in it, and I'll never say it correctly. So that's how I always say it. Apologize to everyone who gets triggered by that. How's the elderly circuit treating you today? Well, I think. I'm still very, like, confused and lost as to what the fuck I'm actually doing. But I think that we just kind of accept that fact. I heard someone singing. Daughter. Oh, it's her. May you sing in your sleep. Goodbye. Alright. We're Gucci for now. Take that. There's more singing gals? Yep, that's enough for me. How are you doing though, Captain? What's going on? Ah, that was a very awkward cough. You know, I'm still pretty sure I haven't completely cleared, like, that area before me. But I'm kind of just walking ahead right now. Don't fuck with old ladies, I guess. Shit. Just wrapped up in work. Where am I? That's the way I left. I'm in this spot, wherever this spot is right now. The photo wall's kind of hurt. Yeah. Doing what just wrapped up in work, so I'm charging my phone to go check on the house to see if the pipes are frozen. People dance. I never stop doing things and I hate it. Well, I'm proud of you. You're getting shit done. You're doing a lot better than I am. So that's always a bonus, you know? Give me that shit. Fuck you guys. Little small shits. Fuck you guys too. I'm running by all of y'all. Amengi. Nope. Bye. 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 Stay down there. Can't fly looking ass. But yeah, I can't actually get on my horse. Getting shit done and barely surviving. That is the Nindo way. Alright, climb. I need my souls. Fuck you guys. You guys can stay down here and do all your shit. I'm flying away. Or I'm climbing away, losers. Fuck you. Fuck you too. Nope, I'm out. Bye. Now, where the fuck are my souls? Sit your ass down. You wanna come too? Come on by! I'll take care of you too! What are you, a magician? The fuck is this shit? What is she doing? I'm out of fucking mana now. Fucking... She dodges everything I do. Oh, okay, that's some bullshit. That do be some bullshit, though. You gotta admit. Oh, okay, fuck you. Bruh. She tried to wrap her legs around me. I saw that. I saw that weird shit. I saw that sussy baka shit. I saw that. We saw that. There's a little ladder thing over there. I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick after I see what this thing is. A bonfire. I'm not gonna sit at this. I'm just gonna light it. We're just gonna light it. Let's go. Hardest boss in the game right there. Yeah, she was doing some really weird shit. Not gonna lie. Weirdo. Don't mind if I do. Climb up here real quick. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna wait for you guys to get closer so I can handle the big guy on my own and not deal with you little shits. Alright, let me grab this real quick then. Stab it in the butthole! There we go. All right. Neato. Are those guys flying to me? Oh, they are. Well, that's none of my business. Quite literally. Hello? 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 These gargoyle things are stupid. They're stuck in like their like little level instead of being able to fly up all the way. Which is kind of funny, actually. Not expecting that. Alright, I think what we're walking to is a fight. A boss fight. Pretty sure. Yeah, it was a boss fight. Alright. So inventory. Let's pop a couple souls. I think that's enough for me to actually level up. So we're gonna do this. Level up real quick. Nice. Hello. I don't know where you are, but I'm ready to fight you, motherfucker! Are you a dragon? Bro, what? I'm trying to figure out what I just saw. The fuck was that? Yes, I spawn on this side, my friend. Let's go. Yeah, it's a worm. A very, very savage scripted death. What? It's just running at me like I don't know how to dodge that. I'm just trying to process that entire thing. I don't get it. What if I just run? Run at it. Yeah, what if I just run to the side like this? Alright, I was right to back off. Bro, what are you? I thought he was just turning around. I mean, he doesn't seem that hard. He just moves really fucking weird. Like, he just moves really fucking weird. Did I do that? I think I did that, right? I think I did that. Fight him like a pasta? Nah, I think that's the way. Alright, buddy. There we go. Oh, you're not gonna run at me? I know you want to. Dude, your lava thing lasts too long. Okay, whatever. Oh my god. Not only was he... Damn, that was kind of troll actually. He was pulling me. He was pulling me along with him. Hitbox is damage. That was so dorky. You're ridiculous, magma worm Makar. Bro, what? Very nice. Bro. Oh. I thought he was getting ready to move at me. I didn't realize that was a straight down type move. Alright, bitch. I'm figuring you out. I just gotta somehow not get hit by the, See, the reason why I didn't, like, roll forward, I thought he was gonna, like, dash at me, so that I felt like if I rolled forward, it would just be me, like, literally suffering the entire time. Bro, I'm not even there yet. Who are you attacking? 4, 5. Oh, I ran out of stamina. He's such a troll boss. He's such a silly boss. It's actually really troll. That shockwave is wild. Yeah, I can dodge it. I just have not dodged it yet. I haven't read that move yet. I keep thinking it's his, I'm gonna run at your move. Godzilla! Literally. Alright, big guy. I don't know what you're trying to do. Yes. That's the one who runs at me, right? No. What? I don't... Which one is the one where you run at me, bro? Okay. I almost died to you, fucker. He's not getting staggered. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. To be honest. Was it because I was, like, not on him? What did I do wrong there? Gozira is angry at me. Second form that time at least. I killed him. I got much farther that one time, that one run. Fucker. Alright. If you do it again, I swear to God. This fucker, dude. Oh my God, I walked into fire? You're kidding me. Fucking magma. There we go. Got the eye stab. Okay, this dude takes no damage until he's back here. That's a new move! Okay, it's not that crazy. Wait, no, it is a new move! You're different now! Capiche. Okay. Fucker! Stop being so damn big! Okay. Oh, did not time that attack. Oh, I dodged it! Did I not? Or was it too early, maybe? This is what I saw during your death screen last time? Ah. Well. Well. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to attack that? Like, if I get close, I can't see what he's doing. He's a camera boss. An actual camera boss. Okay. You're weird as fuck, bro. Forgot he did that. Shame on me. Silly me. Oh, so silly. I'm so silly. So the very silly. Yes, yeah, why would I, yeah, why did I do that? I'm so, that was mad cap. Bro. What? Ah, push me into it! I don't know what it is about this boss, but like as I'm fighting him, it gets troller and troller. Like this dude's just standing here like, ah! And then he moves a little bit to the left, and my entire body just gets like pushed like 10 feet into the fire. Motherfucker. All right, big guy. Here's the notes on the ground say. I should check them out. The summoning pool is now functional. Is that how you summon people to like help out with bosses? I think so, right? Oh, what is this? Who is this? Who the fuck are you? I want to summon him just to see what he does. Did I summon him? Alright. Alright, I got a casual greeting. Alright, you do your thing. I'm not gonna do shit. I just want to see what you do. Yeah, literally run at him. Run at him, bro. That's all you, man. He walks in the fire. This guy seems kinda... kinda lame. Come on, Tragoff, you got this. Oh my god. He's just getting knocked around. he's so tanky. He is very tanky. But he's definitely just getting knocked around. Oh, that was a cool spin. Here. I swing once. He rolled into it. You're doing amazing, Tragoff. Didn't expect head. He's still fighting him, right? I did it! Congrats, bro. I did it! Oh. You did such a good job, Tragoff. Are you angry? He looks kind of angry. Bro, I can't hit you. Okay. Fucker. What if I could parry him? How busted that be? Tragoff will be missed? He will be missed indeed. He walks in fire because he can. He ain't no bitch like me. Damn. What an actual chat. If I activate, can I still summon it? Oh, I can't. So once you activate a spot, it means anyone can come. So that's those are 4. I see. All right, big guy. I can never tell what the fuck you're doing. Oh, fuck, that's such a fast attack, actually. The animation starts so early that I didn't realize it was an actual attack. Since you said that, when I get here, I'll attempt to parry everything. I'm actually really curious, because he has the one sword. Can you parry that one sword? How troll would it be? Like a tiny little shield? And he's just like, oh, you got me, you bastard. How troll would that be? Alright, sir. Oh, he's doing the running thing. No, he's not. Yeah, that. The pull up is kind of slow because you see the animation, but it's like once he pulls up all the way, it's just like damn. You just damn. It's nice the gargoyle lady's always singing songs for us to remind us of how shit we are. Yeah, it does not feel like an attack animation when he pulls up. And by the time you notice it, you better be ready to dodge, because if you're in the middle of an attack animation, it's over. Come at me, pussy! Oh wait, you don't actually just randomly walk at me? Ow, fire! He did it again. He did it again. As soon as I noticed it, I was like, oh shit, let me roll! But I was stuck in the animation. Yeah, you can't. Fuck me, dude. So maybe I can roll out during animation? I can't. Mutterficker. Mutterficker. You're a mutterficker. Oh, I'm in danger. I'm in danger. If you focus his body over his head, thanks to that note on the floor, I feel like he only stands up to protect his head. Maybe. I thought it was a second phase thing. It might be like a we do too much damage to his head, so then he's like, oh, man, fuck you. Is that a running at me? That is a running at me. Oh, fuck you too. I literally can't push you right now. You're in a pool of lava, my friend. I call you friend, but surely... No! Haha! I recognized it a bit faster that time. I will take that. Lucky attack. Okay. We're doing the bullshit again. Okay. Motherfucker. I didn't stagger him once! Dude, how am I supposed to hit you? I have to like aim for his feet. There's like no way I can actually hit him. Unless there's some weird shit. Oh! That was a one shot. God, that scares me so much. That one shot scares me so much. Drop the lock and take out his wimpy ankles. Oh, I want to drop the lock. But I feel like the lock helps me dodge me just like the wide swinging attack. And I'm still trying to figure out his attacks. I'm gonna drop the lock eventually. But that what that one lock is so spooky. Alright, motherfucker! Oh, you're doing the thing! No, when do you do the thing? You're doing the thing now! Fucker! As soon as I get one stagger hit on you, you do the thing? Bitch. Okay. Do it again! I missed, you fucker. You're doing it 3 times? You're not human! Bitch. I can't target his body. Okay. Okay. Hurt like a motherfucker. When the fuck did you put fire there, you motherfucker? I walked into a pool of flames. Ah, camera boss is too OP. I dodged the one hit, and then I walked right into the fire. Ah. God damn it. I need my tanky boy to tank that fire for me. Just suck up all the fire. Like, just pick it up and throw it away somewhere else. That'd be really appreciated. Okay, fuck you. I'm not even hitting the fire! Dude, he did it 3 times again. That one attack where he just runs at you is so fucking troll. Alright. Iko. That being said, I could probably find a way to upgrade my weapon. Oh, you're doing that time. No, you're not. Nice! Alright. You know what? While he's trying to figure out his whereabouts, we're just gonna walk over to this side. We're not even that. You're not even half HP yet, you mother dick! take that. Any move that does not one-shot it, I'll take. Woo. Okay, doke. Okay, doke. Any move that does not one shot, we will take. Fucker. Fucker! Fuck your tail in particular. Magma Worm Scale Sword. Sounds kind of cool. Dragon Heart. Oh, I got a Dragon Heart for that. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, but I got it. First try. Oh, wow, what the heck? First try and they give me these random trees in the ground? That's so cool. Damn. That's really cool. I don't know what that does, but I appreciate it. Never seen that before. Very neat. Let's use weapon. Oh, I can't use it yet? I need more strength? Motherfucker. And more faith. God damn it. But suppose I was using it, right? Okay. That's it. Or is it because I can't use the weapon? I think it's because I can't use the weapon. Can I use this one yet? What does this one do? Oh, it's a tiny sword. So tiny. So tiny. Crystal sword. Okay. Maybe using your attacks or just full body lunges? I hope not. I want my shit to be cool. Like that one sounded cool, right? Equipment. Let's try all the other shit. It's a serpent. That's the same shit. That's not cool. I take it back, bitch. That's kind of fire. That's kind of fire. I didn't even use an axe, but I gotta respect that. That's actually kind of fire. Right? Look at that. That's kind of really dope. That's just a regular axe, brick hammer, pike, tree spear. Do you do anything cool? Okay, so you do something. I just don't have the faith to handle you. Got it. My bad. Oh, that's kind of cool. I still can't use this guy? I need 16 faith for this dude. Bruh. I want to see what that does. What the hell is this? What is this and how can I get 2 of them? That's some weird shit. I haven't really found that like many crazy weapons yet though. Bro, what? Oh. I don't know what this one does. But it spawns 2 of them for me. Oh! Kinda seems pathetic, but... ah! Being that I've been taking a lot of Elden Ring, I can say at one point you were like a few hop, skips, and jumps away from one of the most broken weapons in the game. Eh? Wait, what? Nani? You telling me I missed a good part of the game? My name is Gilgamesh, motherfucker! Off the bean areas? Oh. I mean, I'm not surprised. I probably got distracted by something. Where the fuck am I? Oh, I'm in a new place. The Atlas Plateau. Fuck you, birds! No. Since I don't really know where I'm going, what I'm gonna do is... Oh, it's almost 5, isn't it? A whole new world. I'm gonna try to find a bonfire, maybe. Yep. Lost Grace discovered. Okay, so somehow I still skipped what I needed to go to, though. I'm skipping bosses. Right? I don't know how to enter the college. Well, fuck it. I don't need colleague anyways. Temmie don't need no colleague. Or what is it? What's the name of the dog? Is it Temmie? I think it's Temmie. It is actually Temmie, isn't it? Pick your note items. Okay. What the fuck? Alright, you little dragon. Fuck you. I showed you who's boss. Showed him. I hit him once. Fairy tale motherfucker. Oh, is his name actually Laxus? Oh no. You're kidding me. Ah, head. Alright. Where are my damn souls? Is that fucking RNG lightning? I can dodge the attacks. I can try to figure out the one thing, but I can't deal with RNG lightning if that's a thing. RNG lightning will one-shot me. Unless I avoid his area, I guess. Okay, it's not RNG. Where the fuck? Oh! And you are bold as fuck? Well, yeah, it's just a dragon. I've killed plenty before. Motherfucker. Where'd he go? Don't tell me I actually got scared. Don't tell me a dragon got scared of me. Okay. Well, if he did get scared, I wouldn't blame him, I guess. Because he was getting his ass kicked! No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Do I level some faith now? Get to 12 faith as well? Well, a lot of things require 15 and shit. Okay. I think my game just froze. Did I just crash my game? I just crashed my game. I think. Yeah, I just crashed my game. It's saying it's bedtime. Literally. This is gonna end at 5. I'll log in, check it again real quick. But we won't we'll stop there. Like that was the game's warning. In the meantime, I'm also gonna open fucking Uber Eats and get some food. That sounds good, by the way, guys. Chinese, pizza, Panera, burger, burrito. There's one that's like pretty far away. I'm not sure if I'll get in time. Sounds good. A meatball sub sandwich? That sounds kind of yummy. Come on, Captain. Second. I know you guys eat. Give me recommendations too. I know you guys eat. Erif adnik denos od bus lebatheim. Yeah. I'm actually a wizard. I have 5 golden seeds. Forgot about those. I was supposed to upgrade them. My stupid ass. Whatever. Oh, I'm so dumb. Okay. Okay. Devoid of any benediction. Stone sword key. Opens a locked door in Stormvale Castle. Some medallion type shit. Larval tier. Needed by Renala to grant rebirth. Gain power of the dragon if the dragon community. Beast clergymen seek and devour these. Letter of introduction addressed to Selen. Oh. Small flask received from Perceptor Selvius. Yelling oozeball. Yelling oozing eyeball of the infirm. Asher the hawk. Brooch wrapped in red velvet. you see it. Sounds like shit. So you're telling me I literally just walked around randomly and said fuck it constantly, and now I'm biting the bullet for it. Yeah, I want to see what this does now. I'll see what it means by explode. Explode me, daddy! I got 9. Combine that with bubble? What the fuck does bubble do? That? Oh, bubble sounds busted. Alright, I can't just climb. I picked up a jellyfish shield. Oh, fuck. How would I get that hint then? Yeah, that's how I... Oh, yes, Sumi die. It's an ash thing. Ah. Oh, I did it! I did it, motherfuckers! What's up here? Hey! You monkeys! Distracting me from the prize! Nice. That does do what I wanted to do. They were all murdered. I've killed them all. For getting in the way of my destiny. Seems like I was not supposed to go up that way, but I did anyways. Perchance, is there a statue? There is. Alright, hop down here then. Alright. If I lose these souls, bruh, we're gonna have an issue. Oh, you are creepy. I'm still alive though, right? I'm surprised I did not stagger her at all. But that wasn't that bad. We can probably kill her. I think I messed up the stagger. But if I did, that means we can kill her. Probably. Fuck off, you monkeys! I'll come back for you later! Oh, you fucker. Sit down. Wee-woo. Ritual Swords Talisman. Is that a weapon? Weak foe, but bloodstain? Weak foe, but bloodstain? Okay, okay, fuck you. Whoever wrote that. Oh god, that got me. Max HP equals attack up. Yes, sir. That's the ring I have, right? Oh, no. It's not. Equipment. I have raise attack power for lower equipment load. Raises focus. I mean, one flask is enough to heal me to full HP, so I might as well always have that. That's a really broken one. Alright. Level up. Find the clue next stream on Saturday, probably? Find the clue on Saturday. Continue. Try to get to the academy. I've been trying to get to the academy for so long now. But, let's level up. Do I have any souls? I do. Let me use these souls. I think I have enough to level up one more time. So I'll use it again. Inventory. Yeah, I'm using this game to stream. Literally using this game just to stream. Which is a very weird way of going about it. I can't just like stream like a normal person, but it's working. I'm streaming. But hey, that was anime as shit. Hell yeah, it was. Cause we all know who we are. We all know who I am. It's all about the entertainment. Anywho, I gotta order some food before shit goes down. I will see you guys later. Oh wait, it's past 5. Oh my god. Okay. I'll raid someone real quick. Gotta raid someone. Gotta raid someone. Gotta raid someone. No, don't enter the game. As dope as the game is. Alright. Twitch.tv/ I guess Hitsuga. Then we'll go from there. Dun, dun.
鉄の玉が正義の証明貫けば英雄に
Oh, Cupcake is doing Jackbox. Jesse's doing a talk show podcast thing. So probably won't narrate him. Oh, do you guys know Apocalypto 12? I've never rated him, but I've been watching him a lot when I was like busy and all the time, like at work. I'd be watching him like in the background. He's playing Destiny too. He's a very nice guy. He's Markiplier's buddy. Most people know him as Markiplier's buddy, the tall, handsome man. With the curly hair. You guys remember him? If you got nobody, I got someone. We can rate him. He's not like a... I was gonna say, isn't that... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he only has like 60 viewers. It'll be fine. We can show him some love. Yeah. 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 Y'all trying to come? I'll raid for a little bit, then I'll say I gotta get food. I don't even know how to type his name properly though. Yeah, it's a good opportunity. He's actually really nice. His streams are always pretty chill. He's a big dork, like you can probably expect. That's just how it is. And he's nowhere near as big as like Markiplier in terms of like viewership. So I don't feel as pressured to type in his chat, which is kind of nice. I kind of like that because whenever you watch big streamers and the chat's like, I'm always kind of like, just chill and watch. But at least I can actually talk in his streams. He's playing Destiny 2 though. But we'll say hello. I've never rated him before, so this will be a first time for me. I've never rated many people before. First time for many things. I'll see you guys later. That's how much work I did yesterday at my workplace. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Have a fantastic day. I'll probably shave, order food, call Sophia, and get ready for work. Bye.